Mm-hmm. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Tuesday, May 3rd regular meeting of the Goochland Board of Supervisors. We are going to start like we do every meeting the right way by having an invocation, and then Mr. Sharp will lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand if you're able. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for spring. We thank you for new birth and new beginnings, God. We thank you for this county that we live in. We thank you that we are able to serve the great people of Goochland. Lord, please protect our public safety officers and the people that help make this county work. God, give us the wisdom that we need in order to make the decisions that would please you and serve the citizens of this county. We thank you for these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. My favorite meetings are the ones where we start off with recognizing great things that people do. So at this time, we were going to have a resolution for the recognition of Diane Lloyd upon her retirement from the Pamunkey Regional Library. So if you come forward, and Ms. Biscayes, would you please read the motion?
Whereas it is the desire of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors to give appropriate acknowledgement and recognition to Diane Lloyd, who has rendered invaluable service to citizens of Goochland County, and whereas Mrs. Lloyd began employment with the Goochland branch of the Pamunkey Regional Library in 1995 as a library page and served later as a library associate, a part-time library assistant, and ultimately the full-time library assistant at the library. Whereas Ms. Lloyd has served faithfully in each of the jobs she held at the Pamunkey Regional Library for the past 26 years, whereas during her tenure, Mrs. Lloyd was present and participated in moving the Goochland Branch Library to a new location in a new building, and whereas Ms. Lloyd has helpfully served the patrons of the Goochland Branch Library and helped them navigate the many services of the library, whereas Ms. Lloyd worked with community partners to provide events for the library's patrons and the community at large, whereas Ms. Lloyd worked with the library's book discussion groups and others to provide library materials for their enjoyment and lifelong learning, whereas Ms. Lloyd has provided circulation supervision at the Goochland Branch Library for many years, whereas the Goochland County Board of Supervisors will sincerely miss the dedicated service Ms. Lloyd provided over the past 26 years. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors hereby recognize, appreciates, congratulates, and sincerely thanks Ms. Lloyd for her commitment to professional service and her contributions to Goochland County, and offers its best wishes on future endeavors.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the resolution as presented.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you so much. And since we believe in transparent government here, she gave me the nod. I've been holding the wrong resolution the entire time. So maybe I should have spent more time in the library. So thank you very much. Would you like to say a few words?
I just appreciate the opportunity to have worked for the Goochland branch of the Pamunkey Regional Library for the past 26 years. It has been a great experience, and I know I'm going to miss a lot of it, the patrons and just working with staff and everyone. But I do wish the very best for the branch as well as the whole Pamunkey system. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we grab a picture real quick? One, two, three. One, two, three. And one more. There we go. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Make sure you grab the right one. All right, this one stands over. And now we're going to have a resolution recognizing Older Americans Month. Oh. Come on down. Welcome. And this is the right one. These chairs.
Whereas Goochland includes a growing number of older Americans who contribute their strength, wisdom, and experience to our community, and whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are welcomed, included, and supported, and whereas Goochland recognizes our need to create a community that provides the services and supports older Americans' need to thrive and live independently for as long as possible, and whereas Goochland can work to build an even better community for our older residents by planning programs that encourage independence, ensuring activities are responsive to individual needs and preferences, increasing access to services that support aging in place. Now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of Goochland do hereby proclaim May 2022 to be Older Americans Month. The Board of Supervisors urge every resident to recognize the contributions of our older citizens, help to create an inclusive society, and join efforts to support older Americans' choices about how they age in their communities.
Thank you. Board, can I have a resolution?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the proclamation recognizing May 2022 as Older Americans Month.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would you like to say something?
Sure.
Hello, my name is Amy Stride, and this is Angie Fallon, and we're with Senior Connections, your area's agency on aging. And we just want to say thank you. It is such a privilege to work with you all in this county. We thank the residents, and we especially want to thank you for recognizing the contributions, the wisdom, and the knowledge of older adults. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
One, two, three. One, two, three. And one more. One, two, three. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. All right. Great stuff. Thank you. Great stuff. Thank you all very much. Now moving on to the chair's comments. I wanted to address, the board has gotten the request a couple times to look into the Zoom platform for meetings for participation. And while we all agree it is a great platform and it can be an excellent tool, at this time with the limited broadband that we have in the county, we just feel like being in person is the best way to address the boards directly. You can always email us. Our phone numbers are listed, and I know we're all open to any feedback at all times, so please feel free to do that. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Alvarez for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of comments, and one is another nice recognition. But I'll start out. Last week we had some folks. We have a skate park down in the lower level here on the I guess the rec Parks and Rec campus. And last week some young people cut the fence and did some other damage to the park. So I shut it down for about a day, or maybe a day and a half or so. And then we closed the fence, we fixed the fence, and they opened it again, and we're in there skating on Friday afternoon. So I went and I spoke to them, and the reason for shutting it down is we have plans to improve the park. We have money set aside for redoing the surface, and there's a group of volunteers that is trying to raise money to build new ramps and all the equipment that they need. And so it was pretty upsetting that they would go and do damage. But I spoke to the children who were there skating. By the time I got there, they had been actually fenced in because our folks had fixed the fence and they were stuck inside. But anyway, we had a really good conversation and agreed that they would continue to use the park until we make some repairs. The park in reality looked really bad, and they didn't think that what they had done made it any worse than what it looked like. I thought it did, but anyway, so we have a meeting actually next Wednesday at 6 p.m. here in this room, and we're going to meet with the community and find out what they would like to do. But part of my purpose for meeting with them was to make sure that they had some buy-in and some ownership for the maintenance of the park. If it continues and they keep destroying it or tearing down the fence, we'll have to shut it because it costs a lot of money every time we have to do any work on it. So that's that announcement. And then so the meeting is on the 11th, 6 p.m. in this room. Anybody interested in skating in the room? So the next item I have is a recognition, and Dr. Frank is not here. Is Alyssa Lewis here? I don't see anybody. Okay. So this is a recognition of Alyssa Lewis. She's with the Greater Richmond Medical Reserve Corps, MRC. She's a unit coordinator in the Greater Richmond MRC, which serves the city of Richmond and counties of Charles City, Goochland, Hanover, Henrico, and New Kent. And they were selected as a 2022 Medical Reserve Corps as a Program Recognition Awardee. In recognition of National Volunteer Week, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response announced recipients of its MRC Recognition Awards on April 19th. Across the country, there were nearly 200 nominations. Our very own Greater Richmond MRC unit won the award for community preparedness and resilience. So of 200, they were one of the two that were nominated. So the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services 2022 Community Preparedness and Resilience Award honors an MRC unit that has demonstrated contributions at the community level and aimed at reducing vulnerabilities, building resilience, and improving public health preparedness. Only 2 MRC units, as I mentioned, received this award. The local MRC volunteers provided staffing at Goochland's multiple COVID vaccination clinics and COVID testing events, as well as in the community, small businesses, churches, and community events and home visits. And this is a really high honor and a very, very well-deserved award. And I wish you could be here with us today, but they're probably working, trying to keep our community healthy. So we join our community and the region in thanking those folks for their excellent, selfless service. If you would like to become a member or a MRC volunteer, the information on how to join will be on our website. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your leadership over that skating park incident. That's definitely not Goochland-like, but we'll get it straight. Board, we'll be talking about our agenda next. I would like to request to add a new item, item number 4 under new business, and to add a resolution to appoint a new county administrator and authorize to execute the employment contract. Does anybody have any objections to that? Does anybody? Well, you should have spoke up a couple weeks ago. We could have worked something out, I'm sure. Does anybody have any other changes requested for the agenda? No. Okay, great. Okay, and moving into the approval of our action minutes. As a lot of folks who've been tracking know that The first few months of the year are very busy, and we have a lot of minutes to go. So Ms. Gates is very busy putting them. So we're getting there. So a lot of great work going on. I'd like to see if I can get a motion to approve the minutes from our March 8th joint work session, our March 8th budget session, our March 15th work session, our April 5th regular meeting, and our April 8th special meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of all 4 sets of meeting minutes.
5.
5. Okay, 5.
Second.
Thank you.
I second 5.
Second 5? Okay, thank you so much. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Great. All right, and we move into our reports. We have, I'm sorry, it's kind of buried. Our citizen comment period. So I moved the agenda, apparently. All right. We will now have our citizen comment period. For those that would like to address any issues with Goochland County that is not on today's current agenda, please come forward. You have 3 minutes. Please give us your name and address, and love to hear what you have to think. Okay.
Stranger.
Good afternoon. Mr. Spoonhour, good to see you back. Glad you're back.
Good to be back.
Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road, Monacan Soil and Water Conservation Board Chairman and Goochland Farm Bureau Director. I told Mr. Peterson at the end of the Finance Committee meeting, I said thank you and wouldn't need to come up and say thank you again. But I did very much appreciate watching the work that the Finance Committee went through. In fact, at the end of it, Mr. Peterson delivered a couple of tips to me just as a little sidebar. He said that, our bonds were a pretty special issuance. And he said, Jonathan, you do know the difference between bonds and conservation directors. And when I told him I didn't, he said, well, conservation directors get older, but bonds mature. So, okay, so maybe he didn't say it exactly like that. But speaking of budget, Monacan is working on its budget. We very much appreciate the support that the county has provided in its budget. Most of our funding is state-derived, and the state does not have a budget, so we are very much in limbo as to exactly, but our Finance Committee meeting is Friday at 9 a.m., and we're going to hammer through it as best we can. We're having to make some assumptions. I would want to say also that our board is comprised of 6 directors, one of which is appointed by the State Soil and Water Conservation Board. That position will be open going into 2023. And so we are going to have an application process. We want both boards of directors in Powhatan and Goochland to know of that. We'll have the application on our website. But it is a 4-year term. It is an appointed position by the state board. They don't have to get yard signs or be politicking or anything like that. But it is something that is coming up, and wanted to make sure that Goochland's board knows about it as well as Powhatan's. So thank you for what you're doing up here. The Finance Committee was actually very informative, and very much appreciate what you're doing on behalf of the county.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the citizen comment period. All right, now we move into our reports. I see our good friends from VDOT are here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Alvarez, Marshall Wynn with VDOT. Just a few things to highlight. Received 139 work orders and completed 164 work orders. Had 6 call-outs this past month. Been doing normal operations, pothole patching, shoulder repair, pipe replacement, and ditching. But the big item is the debris cleanup. Their contract we have, they've been working for 56 days so far, and they've picked up 164,000 cubic yards of debris and still working. Working in the Rock Castle area right now. We had a meeting with them yesterday. 3 or 4 roads in the western part of the county to be completed, debris pickup. They've completed all the cutting that they need to do east of 522, and they're going to be concentrating in that area in the next week or two, picking up the debris that they've already cut on the shoulders of the road. Actually started in Hanover today on some cutting areas. So they'll be getting out of Goochland here pretty soon. And I'm glad to see it. I'm sure y'all are glad to see it too. Only other thing coming up is a primary mowing. We'll be starting that week after next. Get that done before the holiday and everything. A couple of projects to note. Another Fairground Roads project. We have a pre-con tomorrow on that. I think Mr. Goins is going to be there. We'll go over that. Don't know the exact start date, but that'll be coming around. Work will be starting up soon, within the next month or two, whatever. I don't know what the time frame is for it. You'll be seeing surface treatment, resurfacing contractors out there doing patching and that sort of thing. Got a lot of work going on. Got a lot of work to do to complete everything for this season for schedule work. There were a couple of, was an intersection study at West Creek. Some sign improvements were going to be done in that area. There were 3 rural rustics that we did, and instead of doing the statutory 35 speed limit sign on them, we'd had a study done, and we changed those 3 rural rustics to 25 miles an hour because it's residential, basically, which is, be safer for the residents out there. So other than that, I really don't have anything else, not unless you have any questions.
Ms. Lester.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wynn. So while they're working on the roundabout, the one right here at Fairgrounds and 522, would there be a time when that road is actually closed?
Yeah, certain times it will be. I
During
think
part
the
of the
plans
process.
are to use the road that goes by the J. Sargent Reynolds.
Dickinson Road?
Dickinson Road. I don't know names of roads, so
You know the route number, probably.
yeah,
Right.
that part of it. And they, at one point, they were talking about Bulldog Way, but I don't think that's going to be a good thing good road to use because of the construction of the school coming up. So it'll be mostly on Dickinson Road where the detour will be.
Right.
You go ahead.
Phone a friend?
We have been working with the contractor and different departments of VDOT, so we will be working with them on a detour plan. They have indicated that for the entire construction, it's probably only going to be about 2 30-day periods that they will need to completely shut down the intersection. The rest of the time there would be flaggers, or you'd still be able to move through, similar to what Broad and 522 that's been open most of the time.
Right.
So we know that the one of the 30-day periods will be at the very end when they're actually moving the roundabout in. The estimated completion date is October. So we know somewhere around that time. And then they said somewhere between like the 9-month phase stage with construction starting in July, there'll be another 30-day period that it will be completely closed, and that's when the detour would be required.
Right. And you're swerving right into the question that I asked last week. So if this is going to be closed during certain times, also the one at 250, which is Louisa County, obviously, but it affects us a lot, also will have periods of being shut down. Is that correct?
They go do this one they go do the one at Broad Street and 522 under traffic.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already
That
blocked off.
that is the plan.
Okay.
They're actually using it similar to a roundabout right now. They got cones around it where people they're not flagging anymore. They're just running around the roundabout.
Yeah, they're working in the center.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just
It might be some delays
Like
when they're pouring concrete and stuff like that, but it's going to be minimal,
okay.
from what I understand.
And what is the completion date for that? Do you know?
The one at Broad Street and 522?
Yes, Broad Street.
I think within the next couple of months they'll have it done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not going to have a conflict. What I was concerned about is having both of these
No,
shut
you
down
won't.
at the same time.
You
So
won't.
no.
That'll be.
Okay.
That should be done before this even comes off the.
I believe I sent you a report yesterday that Mr. Wynn sent me,
Yeah.
and it states that it'll be done by December, but I think it's going to be sooner than that based on the way it looks. So, but the report said completion date, everything completed by December of this year.
Right. Okay. And okay. So another. If
Look
you
in
don't
your
mind.
email.
Look at my. Look, thanks. So another question, if the chair. So Haydensville Fife Road. So
Pardon?
I know Haydensville Fife Road.
Okay.
I know the sheriff had asked for the speed limit to be lowered to 45,
It's been done.
and that's been done.
Yes.
Right, but there's still pockets. There's nothing over 45 on that road. Is that correct?
Correct.
I haven't driven the whole thing, just part of it.
The whole corridor should be 45 through
At
there.
the most. And there are
Yes.
certain areas where we've got the yellow signs for 35,
Yeah,
that kind of
yeah,
thing.
That's just advisory signs.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just
Okay.
want to check on that.
Okay.
Mr. Sharp.
Did we get those talk about Dickinson Road being limited to not allowing large trucks to pass through there because of the problem we had with the one that turned over? Has
Well,
that-
what our plan is before construction starts out there, we're going to widen that curve where that accident happened to give trucks easier access to make that turn. We'll do that with state forces. It's all state property, belongs to, the community college and everything. But we're going to widen it to a certain point and pave that radius around there to lessen, the curve. So it should be okay, I would think.
I love it when you spend your money.
Okay.
Not on
All right, any other questions? Thank you so much for,
Okay, thank you.
okay. Mr. Alvarez, do we have any new county staff?
Mr.
Oh.
Mr. Chair
Yes,
and Mr. Alvarez, Michelle Sutton was unable to attend this afternoon, so I'll present the report for you today.
Thank you.
Go ahead and present it from here.
Sure.
On behalf of County Administration, we are pleased to announce new staff in the Commissioner of Revenue's Office, Animal Protection, and the Sheriff's Office. On April 1, 2022, Linda Roblero joined the Commissioner of Revenue's Office as a Deputy Commissioner of Revenue 1. Ms. Roblero comes to Goochland with years of customer service experience. I don't know if she is here today. Sean Rutledge returned to Goochland County as an Animal Protection Officer on April 1, 2022. Mr. Rutledge previously worked for Goochland County Animal Protection from 2018 until 2021. Finally, Stuart Chip Burton began working part-time for the Goochland Sheriff's Office on April 25 as a court security specialist. Mr. Burton has many years of prior experience working for the Sheriff's Office as a communications officer. And we welcome all of them. I'm not sure if anyone is here.
Okay, thank you. Yes, welcome to our new team. All right, thank you so much. All right, the next two, we have our planning and development activity and the accounts payable are in our packets for your review. And now I'll ask any of the board members if they'd like to give a report from the respective boards which they serve. Let's start with
Nothing
Don this way.
on this end.
Okay.
I think we talked last week, or last time we met, about TPO, and we have a meeting Thursday with TPO, so nothing new on there.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sharp?
nothing new since the last
Okay.
meetings coming up this week.
Perfect. Mr. Peterson?
Yep. Mr. Chair, the Finance and Audit Committee meeting met immediately prior to this session, and we had some very spirited discussion around a number of different topics. One is we revisited our financial policies with respect to the operating budget and the reserve policies. There's nothing new to bring before this committee at this point, but we did take a look at those to make sure that they were up to date. We also discussed the upcoming audit process, which will kick off shortly. And we also discussed the third quarter 22 reprojection, and I'll, rather than steal thunder from our finance folks, I'll just remind this board that we'll hear a briefing on that under new business, item number 8 on our agenda today. And the last thing we discussed was the potential implications of the rising interest rate environment. We know today the Federal Reserve Board is meeting, and tomorrow they'll announce their new interest rate, whatever that is. And there may be some ripple effects throughout the county as 30-year mortgages go up and our reserve funds start to earn interest rather than not earn interest and things like that. So those were the primary things that we discussed, but nothing to bring before this board at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sounds good. Okay. All right. From the CBTA perspective, we had our first round of projects presented, and let's just say we're realizing it's a new organization and it has some growing pains, and we're working those things out. More to come when we kind of figure out. Goochland is posed to have a couple of those projects. And this is the projects for the regional portion of the CVTA funds that Goochland contributes to through the new gas tax and sales tax that went into effect 2 years ago. But that's all I have there. All right. So now we will move into our consent agenda. What we'll do is I'll ask Mr. Alvarez to read these, and then board, if we like to pull one out at the end, we're more than able to do that. But Mr. Alvarez.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the first item is a resolution amending the fiscal year 22 county budget by budgeting and appropriating $26,000 for the Company 1 median improvements and to authorize contract execution. This is a change to the median in front of Company 1 so that the big new ladder truck can make an easy left turn coming out of the fire station. The second item on the agenda is to set a public hearing for June 7th to consider an ordinance amending County Code Section 13-66 to change the real estate tax relief affidavit submission deadline from April 30th to March 31st. This coincides with state law. Any questions?
I just have one comment. The turn lane project in front of Company 1 is being funded with CVTA funds. So a small return for the taxes that we've been paying. So we are getting at least some money back and more uses for that money to come in the future. I just want to point that out.
Right, and just for clarification, that's out of the 50% that automatically comes to us, not any of the regional. I'm not sure we could convince Powhatan and Henrico that a left turn lane out of our fire station is regional, but if they need help, I can 288. I guess they would. Okay, board, are we comfortable doing this as a block, or would you like to pull it? All right. Then I will please entertain a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agendas, items 1 and 2, as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaScalette. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? All right, motion carries. Okay, on to new business. If my inbox and the social media boards in Goochland are any indication, then the citizens are very interested in this next presentation, which is an update from Firefly Fiber Broadband and our project. So, Mr. Drumright, take it over.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Paul Drumright, Community Affairs Manager. And you are correct. So broadband is a very important topic here in the county. As you alluded to earlier, it's something we've been working on for a number of years. We've had a number of successes recently. And we asked our partners with Firefly as well as with Rappahannock Electric Cooperative, Central Virginia Electric Cooperative, if they could come and give us an update on where we are in the process on some of these projects. So I'm not going to waste any more time because the people we really want to hear from are sitting right over there. Happy to have Gary Wood with Central Virginia Electric Co-op and Fire Band. Ask him to come on up and he can go through where we are.
Welcome back, Mr. Wood.
Forward, backward, and then that serves as a laser.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Well, thank you. And I'll have to say I've been to a lot of Board of Supervisors meetings recently, and I was on the board in Nelson for 8 years.
and I have never been a board meeting that recognized the aging citizens and the people on skateboards at the same meeting and had a discussion, because that's very different constituencies. So let me talk a little bit about our project. So we do have our partners, Firefly, the wholly owned subsidiary of Central Virginia Electric Co-op, Dominion Energy, Rappahannock Electric, and Goochland County is critical to this project. On this slide is a good time to stop and say that I have with me from Firefly, Galen Creekmore, who stays in contact with Paul at least once a day, if not twice, it seems. And then Mark Ponton from Rappahannock Electric. And Rappahannock is doing a lot of good work in their service area, and we're fortunate enough to be able to partner with them in several counties, including their area of Goochland. And we'll touch a little bit on what everybody's doing here in just a minute. To give you a quick status of where we are today, we are moving in a number of areas. Some of it is hard to see, and that's a good reason for me to tell you what's going on. But we are making progress. And the rest of the slides, maybe I should have put this slide at the end. The rest of the slides talk about the different components of the project. It's almost like a patchwork quilt, because we have one way we're working on the Dominion area, a different way in Rappahannock, a different way in Central Virginia, and then a different way in the Reconnect project that's funded. So there's kind of 4 or 5 different ways we're approaching this. Right now, Cartersville, the circuit that comes out of the Cartersville substation is complete, has been complete, and we've got people connected who want service down there. We still get a few signed up from week to week, and we go back and add them in as we can. We're focused on the new areas and putting in service drops there first. Our Shannon Hill substation, the fiber is complete. Most of the splicing is complete. We are still splicing because today I went by a CVEC splice truck as I came in, so I know they're still here. So they're splicing. That gets the connections for the fiber, and then we'll have service drops. The service drop installation should start very soon. You can see that we actually have about 50 people actively online. We've got another 448 who are registered and waiting out of the Shannon Hill substation for us to get those service drops and connect them. So I would anticipate that those will start happening within the next couple of weeks. We've system-wide right now, we've got about 2,500 people who are registered and waiting in different areas, but we have about 12 to 14 crews who are working, and we spread those around, so we're trying to work in different areas and make progress. And we're adding about 150 new services system-wide per week. So we'll get into Shannon Hill and start connecting those folks very soon. We do have about a 70% take rate out of Shannon Hill, which is an indication of the significant need, which you already know. Our rural areas, when we started this project, we estimated 35% within the first 2 years would take service. With COVID, we saw that increase. In the highest areas we've been in, we're in that 65 to 70% initial take rate, and the Western Goochland area is one of those, obviously. We have about 91 miles of fiber installed today. We put about $3.5 million worth of fiber into the county so far. We also have started, or will start soon, the data gathering for our Reconnect project. So our Reconnect project's been delayed. I feel like Reconnect and delayed should be in every sentence together. But we've had 2 different Reconnect grants. One from for the Central Virginia Electric construction effort. That's part of the reason Shannon Hill was pushed back, because it was involved in that Reconnect. Then Firefly pursued and got a separate Reconnect grant that's all underground in areas outside the CVC territory, and that covers part of Goochland. We received the announcement of that award last August. We hope that they'll let us start work soon. The last piece of that was a final review for a desktop review of historical resource impacts, and to see whether the underground construction along the roadway would impact the visual component of the historic resources, as well as potentially disrupt any archaeological sites. We are staying within the VDOT right-of-way and previously disturbed ground. So after the review showed that there really shouldn't be an impact, which means Department of Historic Resources should approve that soon. They have 30 days to review the report. We turned it in about 10 or 15 days ago. So hopefully we'll get turned loose soon. We have gotten approval to at least start doing data gathering. And the first step of that's communications, which means soon the citizens in Goochland who are in the Reconnect area, everyone will get a letter saying, we're going to start doing data gathering. Here's what the trucks will look like. Here's the steps of this process. We've got to go do the data gathering, the design, then we'll bring in contractors, and eventually you'll get service. But that'll do two things. That alerts everybody that we know of that's in the service area and that we have good addresses for. And secondly, it gives them a timeline kind of the things that we're going to have to do to get there. So in Reconnect, that'll start very soon. Possibly within the next week or two, we'll get those letters out. The Virginia Telecommunications Initiative grant that we received in December, which is the larger area, we're working in tandem with Dominion and with Rappahannock. We're going to also start some data gathering in some of those areas. Dominion has already started. So we are underway both with in all of the areas with CVEC. We're finishing up splicing, getting ready to do service drops. With the Reconnect areas, we're getting ready to do the first steps of data gathering. And Dominion has already started work doing field engineering for some of their construction that will be the backbone to our larger project. So that's where the status is. Having said that, here's the entire area that we'll cover. The yellow area is all either part of the Reconnect or the VADI projects. The blue area is the CVEC footprint. So that's where the fiber is already in place. The VADI project is close to a $28 million construction project inside Goochland County. We also have a little bit of Connect America Fund funded area. Most of your citizens really don't care where the funds come from. They just want to know when you're going to get connected. But in order for me to show you how the totals come out, I put all this stuff on the slide. So that gives you the total RISE project is the VADI area plus Connect America Fund areas. So we're about $29 million worth of construction. Plus there'll be another $6 million worth of construction out of the Reconnect program. So a lot of money going into the county for fiber. We're receiving about $4 million from the state for the VADI award, and then the county made a significant contribution with a little over $3 million to that VADI project. Plus, we want to recognize the money that you contributed toward Reconnect several years ago, and now we're actually getting ready to start that as well. So we appreciate your support on all of those things. All total will be past about a little over 3,500 locations, plus the 800 and some in Reconnect. So we'll be past just under 4,500 locations total with this project, about 320 miles of total fiber construction. Remember, we've got about 90 that has been built so far. So we've got a lot of work to do, and a lot of it underground. That goes a little slower on the one hand. On the other hand, we can get started a little earlier because we don't have to do make-ready work first. The total big VADI award was $79 million. We just put that on there because that's another number that shows up sometimes in the media, and you wonder where are all these numbers coming from. So Shannon Hill, this is what I just about had told you earlier. Shannon Hill's under construction, got splicing ongoing. We'll be making connections soon. Those final connections, we'll get into those. With Rappahannock, the areas that Rappahannock serves, which is part of VADI, are in the Haydensville Farm Lane area and along Pony Farm Road. Those areas we will soon be doing make-ready engineering. I say we, actually Rappahannock has started work out of that Mount Hope substation and gotten a portion of it done. They will soon be down in those areas along the northern part of Goochland County, some of it on the north side of 64. But those areas will have make-ready construction work done. We have a Shannon Hill substation area of Rappahannock. It'll be built first with fiber, and then the next area of Rappahannock will be the Mount Hope substation. So it's coming up very soon on the construction schedule. We should probably see construction in that Mount Hope area certainly in the second half of the year. I can't tell you exactly when by circuit. Those are pretty big substation areas, but certainly the second half of the year you should see some work in those areas. Reconnect 2, we've got that final state approval, and then we're ready to start work there. We have been given authorization to start the design, that field work, as long as we don't turn over any rocks, which we're going to be careful to do. And I shouldn't make light of that. I do appreciate all the things that we do to protect our historic resources. There are times when you are saying, well, I'm going to dig in the roadway where the road was. So we're going to start that work. We've also started ordering some of the equipment and materials. So we've started the work to get things in place. We've ordered our communications huts, which will be some of the first things we set. And then finally with Dominion Energy, by the way, I have a call at 3 o'clock today with Dominion about this county and the project, as well as some other areas we're working in. They are doing their field verification. They have a lot of construction here. You will not see Goochland in the filing that they're getting ready to do at the state for this year's approval to have the cost recovered within the Dominion rates. You will see it next year, but that does not mean they'll wait till next year to start the actual work here. That's the process that they go through to actually get it into their rate recovery. They're comfortable enough that the language of the law that allows them to do this doesn't leave them at risk when they're starting construction before. So they've started some field engineering, and timing-wise, you're probably looking at the end of the year, first of next year, for real fiber construction there. They've got a lot of work to do before in terms of field work, then design, and then that Dominion work will start early next year. This is just a reminder that it takes about 6 months from when we first show up and do field investigation before you get actual service. And it's a list of the contractors we use. We make contact with each location that will have service available by letter, if we have a good address for it. We also do it by social media, and we have a map on our website to try to encourage people to see where the status is for their areas. The first mailing tells them what all of these different companies do, and we try to keep them up to date throughout the construction process. This is the type of truck you'll see. Here's what the people will be doing, because this work requires people to come in and go find locations for electric lines, locations for meters, because we tend to follow those routes. That means we're in people's backyards, we're in fields, we're coming out of the woods. We like to alert them by letter before we show up there and have awkward interactions. Then we, for the overhead construction, we have make-ready engineering and make-ready construction that will go on. Then the fiber construction, we use S&N. They're a local regional contractor. They do all of our overhead and underground construction. They have a separate group that does splicing, and then finally they do the service extensions. Firefly shows up and does the final connection, and we manage the projects in between. The make-ready engineering construction in Rappahannock will actually be done through contractors that Rappahannock will manage. So this is just a reminder that we aren't separating CVC members versus non-CVC as far as pricing. Everybody gets the same price, standard numbers that you've seen now for a while, $49.99 for 100 megabit service and $79.99 for gigabit, and the phone's available for $30 if you add it in with one of the internet packages. And a reminder that we don't do contracts, we don't do data caps, we don't do introductory pricing. This has been our price since the day we opened. It's going to be our price as long as we can make it stick, and we don't have any plans right now to change it. So with that, fireflyva.com has a separate project page for the RISE project, it has each county, we use the county logo, and when a potential subscriber clicks on their county, it brings up the map of their county. For now, I think we've got that same map that I showed here that doesn't have the close-up information, but as we put the Reconnect project up, it will identify it down to the house level so they can go in and see that they're covered. They'll also be able to go sign up and register after we send that first letter out in their area so they can make sure they get their name on. So with that, I'll be glad to take any questions. That's a quick update of where we are and a reminder about some of those things you've heard now about a half a dozen times.
It's your turn. Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Wood, thank you so much. And as you know, we're quite excited, and I'm one of those folks in the yellow there, so very excited about this. So you said when we get the Reconnect information, that'll go on the website.
Yes.
Give me an idea of when you think that could happen.
Well, in December, I thought it was going to happen in January. In January, they told me that they were going to release it in February. So last week, the RUS gentleman told me that he was going to contact the Virginia Department of Historic Resources and see if they would give their release earlier than the 30 days. It could happen really any week. In the worst case, you're probably talking 2 more weeks.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
And so, as you know, everyone's pretty excited about this, and I get a lot of phone calls. And I just direct them to the website is the first thing I know to tell them to do. There's all the information that we know.
That's right.
Is there anything else that we can tell them at this point, just to kind of wait?
We're in those early stages of getting all the approvals in place. The VATI contract we're still signing. We've got approval to start doing some soft work there, but so we're in the early stages of gathering the data and beginning the designs, which keeps us from having some of the detail on the website, but that should be going up very soon in a lot of those areas.
Okay. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
That would maybe cut my phone calls down.
It
That's
might.
the important
It
thing,
might.
right? No.
It might. Then you'll get the phone call about why does my date not show next week?
Right. Well, no, exactly.
Yes.
But yeah, people are excited when they see your trucks around. I can tell you that.
They
I
are.
just saw a Firefly truck.
And the need's incredible. Again, when you look at that 70% take rate, you know that's people have no other options. So
Trust me, I completely understand that. That's for sure. And thanks to all our partners as well here, working with all of us. So thank you.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for partnering with us, and appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, I was at Powhatan the other day, and I got out of the car to go to the meeting, and applause broke out. And I thought, wow, I'm not in a Firefly car. And then I realized that they have a youth ball field next to it, and somebody had scored. And then no. Well, then I was telling them later. They said, "So when is all of this going to start?" And I said, "Well, if I don't have it started pretty soon and start talking about production when I show up at the meetings, they're going to stop the game and take those bats when I show up." And so I'm going to try to prevent that. We're making progress. I think you'll see a little more of it over the next couple of months, and we'll start seeing some progress.
I was I'm from Pennsylvania. I was making my way down here today and hustling to be in time for the 2 o'clock. Sorry, Mr. Peterson, for the 12:30. And of course, I got stuck in traffic on 522, and I was backed up and frustrated. And looking at my watch, and then as I get up to it, I saw they were laying fiber. I'm like, oh, it's okay then. But that was a little further north than Goochland. But
that's a little further north, but and it is still a long process. I don't want to get people thinking that we're going to get them connected all right away, but we are going to start making progress, and we're going to get everybody on as quickly as we can. So thank you for your support.
Thanks. Thank you, sir. All right. Now we're going to move on to the third quarter projections that Mr. Peterson alluded to during his report. Ms. Horlacher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Barbara Horlacher, Deputy County Administrator. And I'm here to present the FY22 third quarter projections. The total revenues are estimated to be $70.2 million. The projection exceeds the budget by about $2.5 million, and that's primarily due to real estate and personal property taxes, which we're forecasting to be collected higher than budget, as well as sales tax and building permits are coming in above budget too. And then on the expenditure side is projected to be $3.9 million below budget, or $63.3 million. And that would give us an operating surplus of approximately $6.9 million. And then after transfers, which are almost equal, we would have a total fund balance increase of about $100,000, and would give us a total fund balance of about $41.5 million. And then at the bottom of the projections, we always show you our different policies. The actual debt service expenditures to total general fund expenditures is probably going to be about 3%, which is well below our target of 10%. And then the unassigned fund balance, I want to point out, with this year we'll be increasing it to $21.9 million, and that is an increase of $2.3 million, and that would bring again our percentage up to where our minimum is 20%, our target is 25%, and if we bring it up to 21, bring the balance up to 20.1.9. That would give us 27%, which is well, it's 2% above our target. And that's a big increase in the unassigned, but that's also related to the increase in the budget. They proportionally have to increase. And then revenue stabilization would be also adjusted, and I think that goes up about $300,000 from $2.1 to $2.4 million. And we presented this in Finance and Audit Committee and had a lively discussion around the fund balance and policies, and decided that, well, I'll let Mr. Peterson take it from here.
Well, yeah, thank you, Ms. Orlack. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. We did have some discussion around this, and we haven't generally reached a consensus just yet to translate into actual policy changes or revisions. Excuse me, but it's an ongoing discussion that we'll continue at our next meeting as well, and perhaps start to formulate our thoughts. And there may or may not be any changes recommended, but the dialogue continues. So thank you.
Dialogue is good. Right.
Any questions on the third quarter?
No.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to have a presentation on residential development and undeveloped building lots.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Alvarez. This is just an informational item that we do like to bring to you every 2 years. Just giving you an update of where we are in terms of residential development.
I think we all are up here wondering why we have two copies.
I will tell you that.
Yeah.
They are different.
They are different.
Yes.
Yeah, the curiosity's been killing me. Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
I've been holding it up to the light to see what the
Gotta go to all files.
Where's that?
There we go. Oh, it's trying to open up in PowerPoint. Sorry about that.
Look at the bottom left.
Yeah, there we go. It does not. There we go. Let's see how to make it bigger. Lisa, do you know how to make it bigger? I never work in
one has a bunch
Acrobat.
of things, the other one doesn't.
What?
So it should be-
Yeah, well. I don't know how to get it out.
I think if you go to view up the top, you might be able to get full screen. Full screen mode. There you go. There you go.
There we go. Thank you for rescuing me, Lisa. So, yes, you have two maps. So this is our map showing our undeveloped and future building lots for spring, as of spring, end of April 2022. What this shows is all the existing major subdivisions in the county that are still active and have building lots available. We saw this, I believe, the first time it came through. We talked about there was 3,000 lots in the county. Since that time, many subdivisions have dropped off, such as Parkside sections 1 through 4 completely built out, other subdivisions completely built out, and then we've added some new subdivisions. So just to give you some background, the county's population is 24,727 people. We've had about a 13% increase since 2010. We are averaging a growth rate of about 2%. This past year was just a little bit higher than 2%. That is a very manageable growth rate in terms of continuing to be able to provide services and capital projects. So the last year we've had, the 2021 was the highest year of COs ever in the county, and that was 274 COs. If you take a look at this, and this map will be added to the website, so I know people in the audience or watching from home can't read these numbers, but when we put it on the website, you will be able to put it, zoom in on it. So right now, the recorded lots are 3,912. However, almost 40% of those already have building permits. And right now, we have 2,439 lots that are not recorded. Some of those are in some very large projects that are under construction right now. So 1,320 of those will be from Avery Point. Those would be an age-restricted development. They are building several buildings currently, and they have indicated to us that they would have the first residents in late summer or early fall. And they have about 5 or 6 buildings under construction. So we anticipate a large increase in population from that project this year. And next year. And then also we have the multifamily project at Oak Hill, which is about 320 units. They are currently doing the site improvements and infrastructure. Probably be a year and a half till we get first residents in there. So I think we will see a big jump in the next few years just between those two projects. In 2018, we had a boom in residential development. We approved 950 lots just within 3 subdivisions in 2018. And that was Mosaic, Reeder's Branch, and Tuckahoe Bridge. Since that time, so 2019 to today, which is about a little over 3 years, we've only approved 643 lots. So I think everybody sort of in 2018, a lot was happening. People were really seeing it, but now we've seen it coming back to more normal levels. Some of the interesting things about those projects that were approved in 2018, by the time they got their zoning and all their infrastructure improvements and things, they really started getting building permits about middle of 2019. When both Mosaic and Reeder's Branch came through, they indicated that they anticipated about an 8 to 10 year build out. If you can look in the chart and see how many building permits have already been issued in Mosaic, they're about a halfway built out already, and Reeder's Branch is about 2/3 built out. So obviously things are selling at a much faster rate than what was anticipated in 2018. So the subdivisions that have come online since 2019 to now are 2 additional developments, sections for Parkside, Reed Marsh here in the courthouse, 65 lots, Mannequin Development, 234 lots, which is in Centerville, Songbird, 65 lots, Rural Hill here in the courthouse, 170 lots, and then 2 small subdivisions, less than 10 lots or each. So if you want to go to your second map, I know one thing that the board and citizens always question us about is development occurring where we want it to occur? Is it occurring in our growth areas? So we did take a look at where COs were issued, and the pink is on the map is a heat cluster. So the larger the pink dot is, the more permits are in that area. So you see several, clustered in the Hockett Road area where we know we have a lot of residential development. You see a lot of pink dots in the courthouse area. And then I sort of wanted to see if there was any pattern through the rural areas of where they're occurring. And those would be things like by right splits, or somebody's creating a minor subdivision of 6 lots or less. And you can see it's 2, 3, 1 lots, kind of scattered throughout the county, which I think is appropriate for rural areas, and for those to allow residential in those developments. We did look at the building COs for the last 3 years. 42% of them occur in District 4, which is the growth area. So if you look at Districts 3, 4, and 5, which are courthouse and the East End, about 60, a little over 60% of our building permits occur in those areas, which are those growth areas. And then again, no particular pattern for where rural development is happening, but they're by right splits. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about that or development in general.
Board? Mr. Long?
Okay, so I'm going to, just so I can digest it a little bit, this is interesting. So what did you say percentage, because I remember when I first got on board, we were looking at buildable lots. There's just lots of buildable lots out there, but nobody had pulled a permit. Mm-hmm. And you said you gave us some sort of percentage by, I thought earlier in your presentation, the number of potential lots.
Mm-hmm. So there's 3,912 lots on this chart. So those are all 38% of those already have building permits.
38% have. Now these do they come when once you issue, then they come off that total count, right?
Yes, they come off the 39. So if you look at it,
3912 is buildable lots. Mm-hmm. Once they get is issued, that number comes off. So this is just raw buildable lots. Mm-hmm. What'd you say what percentage people have pulled permits? What percentage?
So and then 1,473 of those 309,912 have been recorded, which means they're an existing approved lot. And of those, 658 already have permits. So the future lots that are not yet recorded are 2,439. And that's when I said about 63% of those were age-restricted developments. That would be Mosaic. There's a asterisk on each one that's age-restricted, and that's really just Avery Point, Mosaic, and Parkside now. And then the last column is vacant recorded lots, which means they are already a recorded lot. They could pull a building permit today, is 386. So the last two columns are the important columns to look at.
There we go. Okay.
Mr. Lunkins, can I ask a question?
Sure, yeah.
For something like Avery Point, though, from looking at this, it's not. Is it true those 1,250 would be units, not lots? So if it's something that's multifamily, so that
correct.
I just want to make sure folks have that perspective.
They're units, not lots, and the same thing for Oak Hill and the Mannequin Apartments. We didn't count them as lots, but they are units because we did want to be able to show you population
growth. Yep, absolutely.
So like the Reader's Branch, it says 303, and the little call out block says 303. So that is the number of potential lots approved by zoning.
Correct.
157 in the circle. Does that say that 157 of those? No, those.
No, those
COs,
are just
those
the heat map. That's just a heat map of that
so that's-
general area. So you have some across the street for Parkside and all. So what you would want to look at is, for example, for Reader's Branch, approved by zoning is 303 lots. They've currently recorded 189 lots and 116 of those have permits. So 116 homes are either occupied, under construction. And then they still have 114 lots that can be recorded with their future
What's a
sections.
vacant recorded lot? How do you get a vacant recorded lot in an environment like that?
It's recorded, but they haven't pulled a permit yet.
Okay,
So,
building permit.
building permit.
Okay.
But they could come in today if they wanted to.
I'm trying to think, does our village planning folks, they probably looked at some of this data, because I was trying to, in my mind, follow when you were talking about how quickly things are happening in District 4 in the growth areas versus the courthouse, because we've gotten Rural Hill and Reed Marsh, and I'm wondering if the pace of, I'm wondering if we could look at like the pace, and I'm wondering if the pace is picking up in the courthouse, the trends. It would be, that would be, I think, data that might inform things.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Lumpkins, if you don't mind, I'll just jump in here. This is excellent work, by the way, and really appreciate this because this really gives us some visibility. I'm going to kind of characterize this as this is what's now, and I think what you're touching at is what's next. The growth, the trends, where we headed
look
from
at
here.
the trend. Look at the recent trends to maybe think about what's next.
And so I'll just insert in the discussion here. This has been a product of the zero interest rate environment and reasonable prices on housing. The last year or two, we've seen an acceleration in the price of housing, which has dropped the affordability just a bit. We've also seen the 30-year mortgage go from 2.5 to over 5, so it's more than doubled. So the affordability on the price alone is creating some bit of a headwind, but the doubling of the interest rate on the mortgages is going to create additional headwind. So going forward, I guess, what's next? If they've already turned dirt and they're already putting 2x4s up, they're going to follow through on all that. You don't stop halfway through building a building. So there'll be some follow through, but then the question becomes, what's the ripple effect of what's going on with monetary and fiscal policy at the federal level, and how does that ripple effect affect what we're doing here in Goochland? And that was some of our discussion in the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. It's really looking ahead toward next year's budget, not the one we just approved, but what are the implications on the growth patterns, the future direction, courthouse versus East End, but overall, following through on these 3,000 or 4,000 potentials, what's the chances they actually translate into actual buildings? And part of that's going to be the affordability. So none of us really know where this is headed right now, but we know there's some potential warning signs and some headwinds, and we'll just have to see how it plays out.
Like very bright, loud warning signs.
Great.
But I will agree with Mr. Lumpkins. Historically, the what's been built in the east has grown out at a faster rate than in the courthouse. And we can see that with, Swan's Inn was 30 lots. That's still not completely built out. Reed Marsh, what do they have, 20 building permits? Reed Marsh, 64 approved, 16 building permits, and they've been, getting building permits throughout the entire year. So it is at a slower rate, different market.
Great.
Thank you, Mr.
Any other questions?
Thank
you,
you.
Ms. Hunter. Okay, and the last item of business before our dinner break is a bittersweet one. We have been blessed to have some great leadership here over the last 6-ish months with Mr. Alvarez, and I just want to thank him for everything he's done. Came in to a pretty difficult situation and just was exactly what we needed right when we needed it, and we just thank him for that. And going to definitely be missed, but I'm sure he's not going far. So very much appreciate what you've done, sir. I'm excited. We have been working really, really hard. It's taken a while. That's not a reflection of the interest. There was amazing amount of interest in coming to Goochland County. We wanted to make sure we are bringing the best possible candidate. And I'll have to tell you, the list of finalists was tremendous. The folks that came, we had a finalist from Texas, a finalist from South Carolina, and a finalist from not too far away here in Virginia. And I think all three of them would have done an excellent job. However, when we looked at it, we've decided that to go with Mr. Vic Carpenter, who is the current county administrator for Kershaw County in South Carolina. He has more than 25 years experience in local government. He has just done an amazing things where he is. He's incredibly beloved by all the citizens there and is very excited about the opportunity. He's very disappointed that he could not be here today. They are in the middle of their budget season. Well, not in the middle, they're winding up their budget season based on something to do with elections, push their budget further into the year than typical. Because of his commitment and desire for excellence, he wants to ensure that is carried through. So I actually appreciate that and would love him to be here. And he will be coming up here soon to meet folks. He's worked a lot around the I-85 corridor. His endorsements are phenomenally ranged from endorsements from the NAACP to the American Legion. And we are very excited that he will be joining us pending approval and a vote by the board. So with that, I will accept a motion. Mr. Sharp.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the resolution appointing a county administrator and authorizing the board chair to execute an employment agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? No? Okay. Roll call vote.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
Chairman Spoonhour?
Yes.
It carries.
Okay. All right. It's great news. All right. Thank you, everybody. We will recess for our dinner break, and we will be back in here at 6 p.m.
Still not jumping. the microphone directly into here and just see if that works.
Nothing.
I don't see anything, do you?
Nope.
So it's not the program. It's the equipment somewhere.
Warren, are we ready? Okay. Thank you, folks. I appreciate your patience. We were waiting on a very special person to make their way here, and I'm very delighted to call back to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for May 3rd. We are going to start, and the one thing on our agenda is a presentation from a resolution recognizing Ms. Keisha Carroll upon her induction into the Goochland County Parks and Rec Wall of Fame.
Come on forward, Keisha.
Okay.
Whereas Ms. Keisha Carroll has demonstrated long-standing dedication and humanitarian commitment to the residents of Goochland County, and whereas Ms. Carroll has served on the Advisory Council for Senior Connections, and whereas Ms. Carroll has served on the Central High School Restoration Committee and the Goochland Recreation Advisory Commission, and whereas Ms. Carroll has acted as the Goochland High School PTSA President and on the 4-H ELC Committee, and whereas Ms. Carroll has served on the Board of Directors for Goochland Cares, and whereas Ms. Carroll has spent over 18 years volunteering as youth advisor in her church, and whereas the Goochland Recreation Advisory Commission has endorsed Ms. Carroll for induction into the Goochland County Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame, now therefore the Goochland County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize Keisha Carroll for her exemplary service to the residents of Goochland County and endorses her induction into the Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame.
Can I get a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of Supervisors approves the resolution of recognition for Ms. Keisha Carroll.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Please. There are some amazing parts of this job that we get to do as supervisors, and this is one of them. You hear me all the time say that Goochland isn't as much a county as it is a community. And it takes people like Keisha that step up and are willing to commit their time, their heart, their soul, and like she said in her speech, her love. She's passing it forward from the love that she got from her grandmother. And I wish everybody watching could have heard her speech. It's what we need. It's what this county needs, this community needs to keep going. There's a lot of things that folks are struggling with, and being able to give someone support, especially a young person. I got the opportunity to meet your son, and I just walked up to him, and sometimes I intimidate people by my size. That young man looked me square in the eye and gave me a nice firm handshake. That's what we need, and we just thank you for that. Thank you for being part of the community.
Again, I stand before many of you that I see as friends. I've known many of you, work with you closely, see you on a daily basis. So on behalf of, and I'm going to name all of us, formerly Cromwell, Millie, now Carroll, represent this award. So again, thank you.
All right. And now we have our citizen comment period for items not on the agenda, which there are no other items on the agenda. So feel free to come forward and speak to any topics regarding Goochland County. All right. Seeing none, I will close the citizen comment period. And I will go ahead and adjourn us to our Tuesday, June 7th, 1 p.m. Board of Supervisors Transportation Work Session, and the Tuesday, June 7th, 2 p.m. regular business meeting and 6 p.m. public hearings right here in room 250. Thank you, everyone.